everybody. It is me, Sandra McEwen, going to be doing some enameling today. A lot of enameling. I've got so much to do. Remember our assignment sheet that we're working on, our Christmas orders. Yesterday, I busted my butt and I got all of the wires glued in place. That's kind of like my private time, gluing wires. That's just, maybe I'll do a whole day of gluing wires sometime in the future, but yesterday was not the day. I thought about going live, but then I was like, oh, I just need some alone time. But the good news is I've got the enamels, colored enamels are all washed. I'm not going to lift them up because you'll see them momentarily. And we're going to spend probably what today is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe Monday with colors, with all these pieces. So, because it's not a quick process and some of these are pretty complicated. So, let's get started. Alrighty, let's flip this. Wrong thing. There we go. Doop, doop, doop. And here, there we are. Let's take a moment. Yes, remember all of this. Here we go. Sorry, it looks like the feed's a little unstable. What you're gonna do. So you can see I've got all the colors washed. We might have to do a little bit of mini washing. They've not all been freshly washed, but they are pretty much ready to go. And I've got that I'm going to look at. And yesterday, here's the big one. All these 24 karat gold wires are ready to go. Just so we remember, I'm totally not going to start with this piece or this piece. These are going to be kind of like, actually, these pieces are the complicated ones. So I like to kind of warm up with something a little bit less stressful. So I am going to put this one away for now. And let's see, probably not going to do this one. Remember this little guy, we've got all the wires. He's going to be vivid ruby red and white and gray. But I think we can safely start with these sweet little earrings right here. Let me get these out of the way. We're going to do the purple, and these are kind of the same color palette here. These little earrings are very sweet. Let me get that. And I'm going to see what we're going to do. So we were going to start with purple. This one is also purple, but that is going to be kind of an iridescent purple. So, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Peg, thank you. Thank you for giving me your first name. I meant to write it down so I could remember everybody's first names. I can barely remember my own first name some days. So welcome, Peg. And Vilna, welcome. Welcome. So it's a big day with color. So I'm kind of excited, a little nervous, but yeah, let's start with these easy peasy purple ones. And I'm going to refresh our memory. It's going to be these two right here. We've got these earrings, and maybe I'll tuck this right there so we can remember what we're doing. And I also have a photo of it on my laptop in a different area. Well, that's not irritating, popping up like that. But we've got that. Let's pull the colors. Actually, let's take one moment. And because I just fired these this morning, and I want to make sure that the wires, this is not so complicated, make sure the wires are pressed down using my fingers. And there we go. Oh, quick continuing saga of the microphone situation. I ordered the cable because I needed a cable that would go from my port in my iPhone to like an audio cable, so I got a converter thing, and they sent me the wrong cable. It arrived yesterday. I'm like, oh, so excited! I'm going to be able to. No, so we're still using the kind of the plug-in microphone, which honestly might just be just fine, but we'll get it all set. So we got that. Just gonna see how these wires are kind of sticking up like that. We don't want that. There we go. Just gonna press them down. These are good, and these were fired a while ago, so I'm sure they're fine. They've been sitting around. Oh, I do need to tuck these two little pieces of wire in. That's just like that. Let's see what these are doing. Those look just fine. So easy. Let's grab the colors for these. I've got so many colors washed, it's crazy. All right, we'll start with the greens because there's a little dab of green at the top. Got a little bit of that. And I'll zoom in once I kind of get settled. Ah, good morning, Camille. And we're just picking the colors. And these probably all need to get a little mini wash. That'll be good for that. And I'm going to see if I can get the light a little bit better. There we go. Light is just the hardest thing to get. So we've got those three, and now our purples. We're doing shades of kind of a beautiful bluish purple and shades of kind of a reddish purple. We're just going to get some options. Let's see. We're just pulling all the purples. And then dark purple for the little areas like that. So, yes. First ones, it's always, I'm like, oh my God. All right, I'm going to do a little mini wash. I'm going to get this out of the way. Raise up a little bit because I've got some clean water that I'm going to put right here. And then here's a little dirty water. And I'm going to get these out of the way for now. This is going to be a 4-day process. It's not a sprint. Remember, it's a marathon. So I'm going to take the time and find my favorite pipette. Yes. I don't know why this is my favorite pipette. Who has a favorite pipette? So, drop that. And I'm just going to, these were washed. Remember this is all glass. If you're new and you're not sure what you're looking at, this is glass that has been ground up into a fine powder. And then I actually mixed it with some water, and we're going to do a little quote unquote washing, which is just going to remove the dust and the small particles because we want our enamels to be crystal clear and beautifully transparent, and this is going to do that. So it's going to take a moment to get it all done. So bear with me. Oh, I'll tell you, oh my gosh, we had drama at the house this morning. I'm going to tell you a story that has nothing to do with cloisonné enamel. So feel free to turn it off if you're not interested. But I live in America, a 100-year-old house is considered old. So we live in a house that's over 100 years old. Love it. Oh, it's so sweet. I feel like the caretaker to this house. It's not really big. It's not like a fancy Victorian. It's just a beautiful craftsman style. Not craftsman style, it's just a bungalow. 1920 was when it was built. And love it, love it. We have a single bathroom. But, the doors are all original, the interior and the exterior doors. And, the door to the bathroom's always been a little kind of janky, but it's never been a problem because, we have like those glass doorknobs. They're very beautiful, but occasionally or fairly regularly, you go to leave the bathroom and the doorknob just falls out in your hand because, the whatever. But it's usually never a problem. You just use the doorknob because it's in your hand and you jam it in and you just like twist it, boop, and it unlocks the door. So it's in the morning. This isn't me. Thankfully, it was not me that was stuck in the bathroom. So I'm like, I hear my husband Warren, I hear him clanking around with the door, and I'm getting like frustrated. I'm like, what is he doing with that door? I'm like, oh, it's so irritated. And then I go to I'm like, what is he doing? It's too early to be fooling around with things. So I like stomp up to not stomping, but I'm like, hey, sweetie, what's going on? He's like, well, I'm trapped in the bathroom. I cannot open the door. For some unknown reason, let me talk and wash. He was stuck. We tried everything. I got a big screwdriver. The thing is, the mechanism had broken in the locked position, so we could jam anything we wanted, but it would just spin, whatever. So it was like 5:30 in the morning, and so I was trying to we tried to do it in a nice way, and I couldn't get it open. I honestly, at the very end, I tried kicking the door in, and I've taken kickboxing classes to know, because the door needed to open inward. So the person on the outside had to do the kicking. Could not. And we don't have a window in the bathroom. Well, there's a very tiny window with a stained glass window, which, A, I don't know that you could fit through to even crawl through, and B, I'd rather maybe break the door than the stained glass window. So we didn't know what to do. We were trapped. And so I texted our handyman, Scott. We have a handyman. Everybody should have a handyman. I'm like, Scott, I'm so sorry. We cannot get this door open. I've tried kicking it in. I've tried, prying it open. The hinges were hidden inside, so there was no even way to get to the hinges. So anyway, bless his heart. Not in the southern way that you say that, but in the truest sense of blessing somebody's heart. He quite literally drove a half an hour from his home in Leland at 6 a.m. and got to our house. He's so gracious, so nice. And thankfully, I had, how it normally would be, he'd show up after all this, he'd doop, 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 and open the door. He tried everything that I had tried to no avail. He even tried kicking the door. He could not get it open. And finally, the door is solid wood, beautiful construction. The man that built this house in 1920 was a carpenter. He had a carpentry shop 2 blocks from my studio is right now. So it was, kudos to him, Mr. Roderick. Anyway, so he had to get his sledgehammer out. And finally, after 10 minutes of whacking at this door with a sledgehammer, the lock finally popped out. It wasn't the wood that gave out, it was the lock that gave out. And oh my gosh. So actually, I felt justified because, I could hear, the tone of his things. Are you sure you need me to come? You sure you just can't wedge a credit card in there? No. So, but the funny thing that we realized what had happened was, it was an old lock that had the regular deadbolt that, uses, that unlocks with the door handle. And it had another deadbolt that had a skeleton key attachment, but we don't have any of the keys, and the keys are completely lost. And so we never used that little deadbolt. Somehow, and there's not a spring on it, somehow that deadbolt had gotten engaged. So it was both of the locks engaged. I'm not saying it was ghosts. Probably it was ghosts. So, but unfortunately now we have a big hole in our door. And Scott's pretty sure. He's like, oh, you're just going to have to buy a new door. And I'm like, really? I feel like there must be a way to repair it. So, but we're not having guests over for Christmas, so we'll just, whatever, go to the bathroom with a big hole in the door. It's fine. So, anyway, that was my story for the morning and got me a little bit late coming to the studio and flustered. But we have a very similar door on the bedroom, but we never closed the bedroom door. So luckily, the cat wouldn't allow that. So But no, our cat did not like the sledgehammering for 10 minutes. The builder. Yes. His name was Roderick. Well, that's his last name. I can't remember his first name. I know his wife's name was Lily. Lily Swan was her maiden name. And see, this one's a little, we'll see if that's going to be good. But he started out as, he worked the lathe down at the whatever thing. And then he opened up his own carpentry business on Castle Street. So, and they lived there for over 50 years. So they built the house and lived in it. So let's see, the 20s. Yeah, up until the mid to late 70s. So it's a very well-loved house. Very well crafted. And great, to be honest, I think it was not a malevolent ghost. It was, who knows? I might want to wash. See how that's all gross? Which one is that? That's, maybe we need to do a little mini wash. I'm not liking how that's looking. So, but the good news is we have, it's one of those old houses. For some reason, there's like a huge, like this much of a gap underneath the door. So I was able to, he's like, I'm like, he's going to be here in 30 minutes. And Warren's like, can I have my phone, please? So I was able to give him his glasses and his phone under the door. So, and luckily he wasn't, and he was in his jammies. But yeah, very embarrassing. Because when you think, oh gosh, he's going to come and it's going to take 3 seconds and we're going to feel like an idiot. Well, I did feel like an idiot, but and thankfully it didn't happen. My parents, my 78-year-old mother and my father came to visit just a couple weeks ago. So thankfully that didn't happen when my mom was in there or something. Got that. And yeah, and I'm going to wash a little bit of that G730 because it just had kind of gone schleppy. You can see it was water resistant, so best to just get some fresh. That'll just take a moment if I have it. Is that the one that I was going to be out of? G730. See how it's kind of, there's not much of it anyway. So let's find it. Purple. That's a reddish purple. 730. Oh, is this it? 730. Oh, neon chip bone. G730. Pale red purple. That sounds right. Is it sifted? There we go. It's not sifted. I'm going to have to do a little mini wash. I'm going to do a full wash. Look how gross that water is. Let me move these out of the way. I love this house with the passion of 1,000 suns. I feel so. We looked at this house. We weren't even planning on moving to Wilmington. We were just visiting the beach for the weekend. And Warren's like, hey, maybe we should go look at some of those houses you've been stalking on Zillow. I don't even know what I'm doing. Before we head back to Raleigh. And I'm like, yeah, maybe. And so we walked up to this house. I put my hands up to the window, looked in, and I was like, we have to buy this house. We're going to buy this house. So quite literally, we called the number. It was like Sunday morning, I don't know, at like 7 a.m. Calling the number on the sign. And, as I'm driving back to Raleigh, this is right before COVID, so like August before COVID. I'm just going to put some of this in there. Going to do a big wash. So but yeah, so we're driving back to Raleigh. It's a 2-hour drive, and I'm on the phone trying to like unblock our credits so we can make an offer on this house. And thankfully, this is before, the housing thing got really expensive. So the house had been on the market for a year. It was hugely budget friendly, and we got it. So I was very happy. And I think we've lived there, I guess maybe this will be our 4th Christmas in the house, so about 3 years total. And I need my bucket. I wasn't anticipating doing a full wash, but the enamels tell you when they need something. Here's a gross. I'm going to pull up even more. Here's a bucket. Fun. Oh, exciting. And see this? Now I'm going to come up a little bit more. I'm going to pour it out. And I'm going to do this. It's not been sifted, so it's probably going to take a couple times. I'm going to do this standing. Close that. Where did I? Oh, here it is. And these purples tend to need a little bit more washing. They tend to be a little powdery. Every enamel is a unique rosebud. So, and it's so funny because some colored enamels tend to be really, really finely ground. And then there's a few, and this is Nihon Shippo, and then there's like a few Nihon Shippo yellows that are really roughly ground. And they're all technically the same level of ground, but no idea why. And sometimes it's kind of batch by batch. You'll get a batch that's a little bit finer or rougher, but yeah, we definitely have to get these 2 purple things done because this pair of earrings, I may have already accidentally printed out the shipping label. So they've gotten a notice that the thing is shipped yesterday. So whatever happens, I'll probably go ahead and bring that pair of earrings to completion so I can drive it to the post office this evening before I go home, if all goes well. There we go. Going through a lot of water. I think that's looking good. Let me put that out of the way. Ugh. Fresh thing of water. Now we need a fresh thing. Let me properly label it. And what did we say this was? Oh yeah, Nihon Shippo G730. Hope that's not the last of it. G730 pale red purple. Pale red purple. There we go. Now let's go ahead and just put it on in here. Make it a bit of a mess. That'll do. All right, now that's freshly. I'm even going to do a little bit more because can you do too much washing? No, you really can't. You don't want enamels that are cloudy. And then the final thing, there we go. Now we are ready. Now don't forget, if you are interested and you're watching this, you can subscribe for free. You get 1 free subscription if you have an Amazon Prime account. So if you'd like to support me, you may do that. I would greatly appreciate it. If not, it's fine. It's all good. I did just post a tutorial video on my Vimeo channel yesterday. Excuse me, I have a frog in my throat. all about, it's the first of 2 videos that just cover all of the equipment that I use and I recommend in my studio. The first one is just the big ticket items. What kind of kiln should I get? Grinder, rolling mill, torch systems. I get you 2 options and where you should buy them in the United States. I mean, it's kind of United States focused, so I apologize for that. But if you're interested, you can check that out on my let's see, this one. Yes, that's where you will find that. And if you don't want to follow me or subscribe to that, because that is a paid subscription, there is a printable that's on that page. If you find the video, you can always access the free printable. So that's just a heads up. All right, so that's good. We've got that. And now we're ready. I'm going to get a little closer. Let's take off my glasses in preparation, because I do everything under my microscope. So it's just easier to see what's going on. And let's just zoom in. I might see if I can fix the white balance real fast. Or would it be better to just... There we go. To turn that off. Let's go here. Let's grab my gray card. White. Did that work? Yeah, you know. Trying to get the right color. There we go. So we've got that. Let's see if we can come a little bit over. Okay, that's good. So we'll start with these little guys. And I can see I need to do it. Now that I'm looking at it under the microscope, I can kind of see that I need to just quickly adjust this wire. We don't want wires. There's always going to be little gaps under these wires. That's fine. But I don't want them to be sticking so much that they will completely get ground away. So that is good. So we're going to start. Let me get a nice, pick a good brush. Here's a tiny little brush. You make sure it's nice and clean. And yeah. So we don't have any of these greens. So we've got bluish purple, reddish purple. And I think I'm going to start with this. I know, I'm like, whew. We'll start with the pale red right in the center. A little bit of water. And just remember, this is glass, it's not paint, so it's grains of glass. It's not technically kind of like painting. It's a lot more like placing the material and blending it. So I don't have my kiln on just yet because I'll probably, once I get the first coat on both these purple ones, I will go ahead and turn the kiln on. So we can and I'm going to work on both of them concurrently. So we'll start with this pale, kind of reddish purple here. Just like that. And I'm going to go into this slightly darker purple. This is so close in shade, it doesn't need much blending. And the water, the capillary action really helps with this. Oh, sorry, my hand's in the way. Gotta find a different spot for it. We'll figure it out. You know, just like that. Now we're going to kind of go to, where did I put that dark purple? Oh, it's over there. We're going to be very light with this dark purple, but maybe we'll get a little bit on there. Now, I'm going to go to this reddish purple. I'll zoom out just a little bit. Some fussing. Always, the first one, you know, it's always hard to kind of get in the groove. The first one's so challenging sometimes. There we go. Got these little guys. Let me put these colors here to remind me what I have color-wise. And I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. Maybe. Now, definitely the tiniest amount of this dark. Less is more for sure. This way. Just gently blending it in. Just like that. And then we'll do it on the other side. Hey, sorry, Neelan Jana, welcome to the channel. Glad to hear it. We're having a slow start today, so I'm gonna get these colors up. Yeah, and I can't, when I'm looking through I've got my laptop kind of to my left of me so I can see the chat, but I don't have anything I don't have like an audio cue because I find it a little too distracting. So I just have to remember to keep checking. And I'm just going to do a little blotting. Just like that. My hand's in the way. That's fine. I'm going to do just a little bit. I'm going to take one moment and rearrange a little bit. Would it be better? Yeah. I'm going to zoom out just a hair. Let's see if that's better. Sorry, everybody. That's good. Ooh. That might be better. We'll see. Every day is a new challenge, a new opportunity for growth. Just going to put this just like that, a little bit of shadow. Like that. Sounds good. And then we'll do the same on the other side. Just like that. I like to put a little bit of dark right next to the wires to make them pop a little bit. Just like that. Oh, we could. And then let's just stop fussing, you know. Nice. Now, Nilanjana, where are you from? Someplace cold or warm? Because winter is coming on this side of the world. Now I'm going to take one moment and put this on the other side because I see that when I hold my cup, I literally am blocking the view. So if I feel like if I put the camera on the other side, so let's take 1 second. Give me a second. Come on, everybody. Stand up. Alrighty, I'm gonna switch over and come over here. There we go, hold on. We're gonna flip over, let's see. Sorry. There we go. Now, you can scooch over. I apologize for the... I'm going to move all of that. Oh, hold on. Focus. Auto. There we go. We're getting closer. It was fine on the left side when I was doing other things, but with color, I'm going to be doing this for 4 days. So I think it's better to just take a moment and get the camera right. And yes, multiple cameras are I'm investigating the idea of multiple cameras, but there we go. Here we go. Let's see. We're upside down? Hold on. Why are we upside down? Good, good. You know, it's just that kind of a day. Now, all right, you know what? I guess we're just gonna have to go back and I'll have to figure it out in the break. So, apologize. All right, but luckily everything's unscrewed. So, put you back over here. Before it would just flip. Oh, now, oh, you bastard. Did you see what happened? It flipped up. Now we're just upside down. For no reason. Hold on. There we go. Oh, question is, do these recordings stay online indefinitely or do they roll off after a certain amount of time? I think they keep them online unless you're like one of their famous streamers or you're willing to pay, which they're already taking so much of my money. I think you get 14 days of watching them. I have been porting them to YouTube as well. So if you miss them, I just really got started, so I'm not really worried about it, especially with all this camera shenanigans. Until I'm feeling really confident, I'm not going to worry about them disappearing for because maybe that's for the best. So, all right. Well, we're just going to have to worry about, apologize if my hand's in the way a little bit. I will figure out the camera situation next time. But live and learn. Oh, Tallahassee. That's nice. That Tennessee, Tallahassee. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. And I'm going to get you your money's worth with these purples today. So there we go. All right, whatever. It is what it is. I've pretty much knocked everything over, and I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to move forward. Get some of this. Where's my lightest? This one. G730. And a little bit of this. All right, now because I was fooling around, I need to put a little bit more water on these. There we go. A little bit of this N71. That's too much water. There we go. A little bit on this side. And we'll fill that in. We'll be fine. Just like that. And now we're just going to put some of this. Hopefully that purple's not going to be too dark, but we'll fuss with it in the next one. I think that's all right. And kind of get a sense. What a day. Now we're just going to put some of this red here. A little bit of blending. And a little bit like that. There we go. We'll probably add up a little bit in the next one. I think that's fine for now. Let's not overthink the first thing we do today. Not a good look. So let's call that one good for the first coat. Fooling around. Let me zoom in. There we go. Nice. So done for that. I am just going to put these on a trivet and let them dry. Those are ready to dry. There's a lot going on in there. Now you can hang out over there. Now we're ready to do these little guys. These sweet little lotus, they're very simple, but the simple things are deceptively hard. So we're going to start with, I like to kind of start with the green. So we're going to focus there. And do that. Again, a little bit like that. Yeah, definitely glad I didn't start with anything complicated. Barely handle this. If we just move all of these over there. If I hold it up here. There we go. A little touch of this chartreuse chrome, right? Just a little bit. And a little of the regular chartreuse. Actually, holding things like this is a little awkward, but that might just have to do. If I got used to it, it's not in the way of the camera. Just like that. And then our third color, a dark grass. Nice. Now we're just going to blot some of that out. Eat a tick. There we go. Now we're ready for our sweet little thing. I'm going to look at my picture. Blue on the right, purple on the left. Oop. Blue on the right. Blue on the right. These are definitely very light, so I'm going to start with my lighter shades. This one and this one. We're not going to use the really, really dark ones because that's going to go in the... There we go. So... Blue on the right. Just like that. And just like that. There we go. And then over here. A little bit. Just like that. Oh, and a little bit in here. A little bit in there. Now a little bit of this pale, pale reddish. And that's just going to blend all the way in. We'll get this first coat on and then see how it is. Just, it's a lot right there. Move you over. Get that little bit of fleck of green out of there. A little bit over here. Just like that, nice and blended. Same thing goes over here. Just like that. Let me get that. There's a fleck in there that I want to take care of. Two flecks. That's good. Do a little feathering. That's fine. I'm going to blot it a little bit more. And then maybe carefully get that darker color in there. Now we've got our dark color right there. Just like that. I don't want this color to go where it doesn't want to be. So I'm going to try to be real careful. Just a little bit of water. Just a little bit of water. There we go. You're going to go down here. we go. That went a lot smoother for sure. So we've got our sweet purples. Here, and we're going to let these dry, which is, they'll have plenty of time to dry because I haven't even turned the kiln on. Well, I mean, I had the kiln on this morning because I was firing the wire. So it's not, I think the kiln's, yeah, it's about halfway there. We could bake cookies in the kiln right now, but nothing else. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the kiln on. Just for reference, I am setting my kiln to 1430 Fahrenheit, which is 776 Celsius, and it should take about 10 minutes to come back up to temperature. But that's plenty of time for this to dry, and we'll move along to, I think we're going to do some blue things next. Oh, and thank you so much for subscribing, Smarendel. Forgive my pronunciation. I'm going to turn the kiln on. There we go. Hang out there. All right, so purple is done. I'm going to go ahead and put this under the heat lamp to dry, and we will do these earrings, these cufflinks next, and also the iridescent purple. I know, but we're going to start with blue. You'll see what I'm getting at. All right, so we don't need these purples right now, so they're going to come over here. Purples. We don't need you. And we're going to set our little purples. Let me get one more thing. I just kind of want to keep my colors in order. These are on magnets, so I wanted to get my magnetic board just to keep things. It's a lot of shades of purple. Very pretty. Boop, boop. Now, next is, so I'm just going to set those aside, because we're going to be doing our friends, these are cufflinks. You can see we've got the wires done, and they have the cufflink rivet already soldered on. At the end, I'll put the cufflink finding, we'll rivet that in. So that's what these are. So I'm just going to bring them down. They're going to be all shades of blue. Blue, 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 blue. And we're also going to be putting a blue base. See up here, this one, I know it looks purple. It's iridescent. It's kind of an iridescent effect. It's kind of an effect where I layer a blue and a fuchsia together, and it really becomes a really pretty, sparkly, intense purple. So we're going to start with our blue layer so we can get that done. And where is that one? Somewhere. Where did you go? Well, we're looking for that. We'll find. We're also going to do, we've got, this one isn't even for sale. I mean, isn't been sold. So, but I wanted to make it, and since I'm doing blues, I might as well get this sweet guy ready to go too. And I swear to God, where did I put my base? Oh, it was right there, the base. So we've got these three things are all going to have a layer of blue. Vimeo. Yes, there's one coming up next. The question is, would you think, I'm not sure, can everybody see the chat if you're not subscribed, or can you only just submit it? I don't really know. I have a video on purples and oranges, which I kind of lost steam for, but it's coming up very soon. I did the reds and the pinks, and the purples were next. Yeah, purples can be challenging. They can be a little flat in color. Like, I really like to, when I'm using a purple, either use kind of two shades, like a reddish purple and a bluish purple all in the same piece, or a reddish purple going into an orange. Because if you just do all flat purple, it can look a little one-dimensional. So, and that's just an interesting thing about purples in general, is they look better when there's something to kind of like play off, like a gold, or even a purple and a black. You need something to really make it sparkle, because they tend to gray out a little bit visually. So, oh, that's a color. That's a purple that I wasn't even using, that I have washed. But that being said, let us start. We're going to put you guys over here. We don't need you. Don't need you. We're going to start with, because we've got a little bit of green. Oh, we got green in both of them. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We're going to start with this one. So I'm going to make sure all my wires are down, because I fired these wires this morning. So I need to make sure that nothing's sticking up. And I got to have a sip. Definitely. All right, so I need to take a moment. See how these wires are stuck up over? See how they're sticking up right like that? I'm going to trim them and tuck them in. I did it on purpose because, we have a little bit of doming, and you can just kind of set the wires on there and they just fire nicely in place. But you have to remember to trim them and tuck them in, which I'm going to do right now. Trim and tuck. Get that one. There we go. And then get rid of that. We don't need that. We don't want that to end up on our piece. And then just gently, you don't want it to tip over, so I'm going to use just like that. Everything else seems good. Nice. Now let's grab our blues that we're going to be using. So we've got our beautiful Ultramarine 4, which is going to be very dark. We're probably not going to use it in this one just yet. I've got the sample. Here's the sample. You can see we're going for these two. See these purples, how iridescent they look? Like that. That's what we're going for. So I actually need to find this color. Let's see, L71 medium blue. So this might be a little bit dark, but we'll need it for the other one. So I'm going to take a moment and wash it. Luckily, I only have to wash the colors at the beginning of the day. So, we'll do it. We'll wash colors again tomorrow, a quick wash, but it only has to happen at the beginning. All right. That's our deep blue. Here's L70 and 72. Close enough. We'll meet in the middle. I'm going to just pull this away a little bit and pull up like that. Move you over. There we go. So This is a really nice blue from Nino Mia. The L69, 70, 71, 72. Into 73 is getting pretty dark. It's a really pretty, perfect ultramarine. And here's my dirty water. Dirty water. Pour that in there. But there's tons of good blues. Just I'm very partial to this. This is just almost a perfect ultramarine blue. It's not too green. It's just a really nice, and the fact that they have them in every iteration. That was 72. Here's the same color but 70, so it's a little bit lighter. And I know I'm calling for 71, but I was going to do a blending anyway, so it's all good. You can hang out over there. I need some fresh water. Go. Dupe and dupe. Dupe, dupe, dupe. I think that should be good because we're going to use those. It'll be good. Let me get some fresh. I'm almost running out of water here. I do go through the distilled water pretty fast. Nice and fresh. Now. We're still going to start with the little green tip there before we get, purple. Oh, black on the bottom. Interesting. I think I'd be like knowing what I'm doing, but we'll do that one in the next one. I'll need to get some opaque black out, but that'll be fine. So now let's get in a little bit more. Let's see. Here's that. There we go. We'll make it work. Now we're ready. Let's focus and lock. I feel like I was a lot smoother deal last time, but it's all right. We're going to start with the greens here, which just because. Move my blues out of the way. So I'm starting with the same shades up here, just a little nibble of really pale shades of green. And you're going to have a little dollop of right in there. There we go. Don't think we need to. Grab our regular. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a learning curve to hold the, there we go. Just like that. The first coat of color always takes the longest because you're making all the decisions. The second coat of color is just kind of finessing the decisions that you made. I do need to grab my N42 green, which is that sweet little color right there. And I'm going to do the quickest wash on that. We'll just take a moment. There we go. Now, our little bit of green right at the end there. I know, I'm putting them there we go. Now our dark green, N43. Just in there. Can't believe it's Friday already. Where did the week go? Where did the week go? Nice. Now we're ready to do our shades of blue. So I'm going to do, this is the L70, L72, and I'm just going to do a nice shade right in here. So, yeah. And remember, I made this base, it has a little bit of extra depth, so hopefully we won't run out of room in time. And I'm thinking, I know this is terrible. I just was not liking the shading I did on that first one. I might start that one over. I might not put that one in the kiln. I want it to be, I didn't like that darker shade of purple. I'm sitting here ruminating about it. I feel pretty confident. I feel good about the that little lotus blossom flower. I got that right, but the first one I was fooling around a little too much. Didn't love it. So I'm going to do the same thing over here. Well, sometimes you just have to there we go. And a little bit of that. Don't hate that. A little bit down here. Just like that. Now, our lighter purple. If I say purple, I mean blue. Maybe I should get this. Which one is this? This is 70. Let me grab the 71. Ugh. Sorry, everybody. Here's the 71. Oh. But yeah, you can see the difference. There's 72, 71, 72, 71, 70. So they get even lighter. I've got 69 over here, which is an even lighter one. It's just a lovely transition. So 71, yes. Goodness gracious. A little washing. There we go. That's a better shade. Now, not to say that we're not going to use that one, but I should listen to my notes. I wrote that down for a reason. So, because remember, you can always go darker, but you can never go lighter without, grinding glass away. So I think this will be better. 71. Just like that. Oh, sorry. Oh. A little bit like that. Just like that. That. And then so much water in this one. Pour some of that out. There we go. There we go. And yeah, I am going to put a little dollop just now. Now for the L70. Now, a little bit wicking. And I'm not going to put this opaque black until the next one because I don't want it to creep under. I know I was kind of playing it fast and loose with the last one, but I would be concerned because opaque black is just one of those things. Once it goes where it doesn't need to be, you're sad. So it's game over. Game over, man. There we go. Just like that. Sweet. And I've got one little fleck out of there. Just like that. Pick you up. There we go. Now, yes, it looks blue, but our next coat will hopefully make it purple, or else I'll have some explaining to do to the client, or we'll figure something out. I'm going to let this dry. Let me get a trivet, and in fact, I'll just set you over there. You can just hang out over there, and let's do these guys next. These are up here. Remember, they are our sweet cufflinks. And I've got this little, so they're not rolling around. I've got this little piece of plastic that has a hole in it. I'm going to just put you right there. Let's see. Yeah, I don't like that. I'll just work around it. It'll be fine. Or I guess I could work on a trivet, which is also another option. There we go. Focus. Let's go to auto. There we go. Nice. So, and you can see in the drawing here, you can see they're kind of a yin-yang thing. So same color palette, but they're kind of reversed. So that is what that is. So let me take a moment first and make sure all our wires are pressed down. Just like that. This one's flat. It's not domed. So it kind of makes it easier to see, actually. So I'm just going to honestly use my fingers and press it down. See, you can see the wires just like that. And then I might as well do this one while I can see this wire sticking up, see? So I'm going to take a moment and grab my tweezers and just see if we can jam you down. Oh, I might have to redo that wire. Oh, I'm gonna have to redo it. It was too big and there was no jamming it down. So let's take 1 second and rebuild that wire. Luckily, I have plenty of wires that I made. Let me just cut a fresh wire. If you were here the day before yesterday, or whenever that was that we were bending the wires. This one, if memory serves, is always difficult. It's kind of difficult. Let me come on just a little bit. There we go. So, and I'm not going to have to glue it. I'm just going to kind of place it. Is this wire sticking out too? I might have to do both of these wires again. Oh, that boy, I didn't fire this one long enough. I'm going to have to redo both these wires. It's fine. These are fine. So I'm just going to set you right there. And got to make these little guys. So luckily, I remember how I did them. Let's grab. Let's just move this out of the way. Grab. I think I used this size. Let's find out. Let's explore. Now, I'm just going to was that right? Or do I want a bigger one? Slightly bigger. This one. That's good. And a pair of tweezers. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the original size was better. That's good. Yeah, who knows what's going on over here. Let's get you out of the way. Now, I might as well measure it to the size that I want it to be. I think that's a good one. Right, and then this one actually looks like I could just adjust it. I could trim it down a little bit and make it a little shorter. There we go. Ooh. fits. And then this one already looks like it's too long. Oh no, that's good, that's good. There we go. A little bit of surgery. I'll make that one the one with the lighter background. Or maybe I'll fire it. And re-glue these wires in. It's hard to see, but you can see. There we go. Yeah, until I get the color in, it's kind of hard to see what's going on. So I think that'll be all right. So yeah, that'll be just fine. We got it. So we're still going to be using these same L70s that I used in the last one. There's no green in this one. And I do have a little bit of this really pretty, this is a really gorgeous Old Thompson color. Check out this color. That's 546 blue. So we've got that, and I want a little pale blue, which is N55. Here's that. I'm gonna wash these real fast. You can hang out over there. We don't need you. All right, so wash these. I feel like I'm just working through molasses this morning. It's because we didn't get a chance to do our yoga this morning. We usually, Warren hadn't locked himself in the bathroom. I'd be all like centered, full of zen, but nope. There we go. We've got that one and this little guy. There we go. Now, there we go. We've got some lovely shades of blue that we're going to go. And this one, I'm going to start in the center. So I will, this one is actually that one. Let me zoom in a little bit. I gotta get this back. And we'll zoom in. There we go. Now, I'm going to start in the center, and I'm working on the trivet just so it's not rolling around. And these wires are kind of all, they're not, I didn't fire it long enough, so I didn't have time. It didn't stick in there, so that's all right though. I'm going to use this little tweezer and make sure this is centered. And my finger is always a good, just like that. There we go. And I'm going to go with a slightly, I'm going to end up with a really dark blue, but I'm going to start because it's not totally, obviously it's not at all glued down. And so I'm going to actually do a slightly lighter shade of the blue just to start off with, so it, if it creeps under, it won't be as devastating. There we go. So I'm just going to gently A little there. A little there. Just enough to hold that wire in place. There we go. Nice. Nice. There. Now, what is next on the agenda there? That one means that we're going to use our beautiful, this is going to be those these aren't glued down either, but that's fine. They seemed kind of jammed into place. That was fine. Just like that. Just like that. Oh, thank you, Lebby Dog, for subscribing. Welcome to the Enamel, the world of Enamel. Let me know if you are an enamel artist or you just are watching. I did see someone contacted me. I'm almost entirely booked up. I mean, I am entirely booked up doing personal workshops in my studio for 2023, but I'm teaching a class at Enamel, which is located in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. I'm teaching a 5-day Chamlivé workshop, Chamlivé and Cloisonné, in October of 2023. And somebody tagged me in a post saying they just signed up. So I know that signups are on there. So if you're interested in taking my class, I believe it's capped off at like 10 or 12 people, but it's a great studio. Such good technology. And I can drive there from North Carolina, so I'm going to bring all of my supplies. And it's a great week of enameling. They'll let you stay all night long. If you wanted to work until 5 a.m. in the studio, you could. I won't be there. But that is the only class that still has availability in 2023 if you want to learn from me in person. And I don't have the link to that. Arrowmont, ARROWMONT, Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Beautiful rolling mountains and bears. So many bears. I taught a class there just in August. Bears everywhere. Black bears. Huge black bears. They just roll on into town looking for the picnics. So, all right, we're going to have this is the light. That will be good. Oh, I want a little bit more here. And a little bit more. It's a little spare on the ground. Oh wait, that's L71. All these blues look the same, don't they? There we go. There we go. That'll do. Now, our very, very pale. Goes right in there. A little bit of that. Little bit of that. And so many blues. These blues literally all look the same. It's hard to not grab the wrong one. And I'm going to do kind of like that middle. We'll really kind of punch up these colors in the next one. I'm just getting them down. I know. It's 5:46. Just a little bit like that. So. There's a lot of water on this one. That's all right. There we go. That's pretty good for the first coat. I think that'll do. And what's the next one? I'm going to set you over there to remind me. And then remember, this one's going to be slightly different. It's going to be kind of reverse. It's going to be light on the inside, dark on the outside. And we will start with this one. So it's light on the inside. Medium, so light to medium. Just a tiny dollop there. And then also these will be light. So I might as well, while I have that hanging, get these. I see us. That's fine. A little bit. It's pretty dry. A little water on there. That's fine. Now let's throw just a little shading right at the base of those sweet leaves, just to give it a little sweet dimension. Hold on, I know. We're coming, little kiln. And then that medium was also going to go here. I'm going to hopefully not regret. There we go. Closing that circle a little bit. It kind of come open. There we go. Just a little bit like that. And then we're going to do the dark. There we go. Definitely going to want to get a little wicking action there. Might as well wick you while I'm looking at you. There you go. Now we're going to do our slightly darker. I'm not going to go as dark. I'll go really into the cobalt, and then the second one, I'm just going to kind of lay in. We'll use our friend L70 and 71. No, 72 sounds like a good. L70 is here in the center. I swear. There we go. What I need is something to hold these little cups. There we go. A little bit. There we go. Oh, cut. I can't read it. I'm too far from my thing. Thank you. Oh, Kachan Areto. Kachan Anareto. Thank you. You subscribed at tier 1 for 6 months in advance. I didn't even know you could do that. Well, thank you. That's very lovely. I appreciate it. Even, anyone who's like early adopter is, you guys are heroes in my book, because you guys are having to deal with me figuring out the camera situation, and oh my gosh, all of a sudden my thumb is in the way of everything. So, but I'm definitely, once I know I'm not quite there, I have 23 subscribers, which I'm super excited about. When I get 100 subscribers, I'm going to do a giveaway of a pair of earrings or a pair of cufflinks. You can choose the color, and I'll choose the style. And if I can ship them to you, I will, pay for international shipping. So that will happen when I get 100 subscribers. So that will be exciting. I get 1,000 subscribers. Are there 1,000 people in the world that are interested in cloisonné enamel? I'm not sure. I get 1,000 subscribers. There's going to be a big giveaway. Alrighty, so let's see. We're not going to go for that cobalt just yet. We're going to do our 70, whatever this is. But this is going to lay the foundation. Yeah, wicked it too much. Drop that right in there. It doesn't matter if there's glass on the little rims, because that's all going to get ground away at the end. Oh, first time chat. I'm loving this live streaming. More motivation to get working in the studio. Yes. Well, it's motivating me. Welcome so much. Do you guys know each other? That's so exciting. Oh, Cable Collins has subscribed at tier 1 for 6 months too. Awesome. Awesome. Welcome to the club. Wicking out a little bit of that. Now, let me just get the rest of this. This is extra slow, even on my... Oh, there we go. Now, we are going to get to the good ones soon. I think the 2 purple ones I'm going to get the second coat on, because remember, I have to ship that 1 pair of earrings tonight. There we go. Alrighty, all right. This is looking fine. This is the good first coat. And let me get the other trivet. There we go. So we have these 2 little guys. And you can see it's pretty subtle, the difference. One's dark, one's light. But in the next one, when I punch up the really vivid cobalt blue, it'll really be different. So we're going to go put this. Oh, am I a perfectionist? I guess I am. I am a particular it. So we're going to let these dry, and I'm going to do, if you were here for the first thing I did today, I'm going to redo it. That's not perfectionism. It's just that I know the person who purchased them, and I just want them to be just exactly right. So I just wasn't totally thrilled. So, but you know what? Let's do this. Yeah, I say that, but let's get this little guy first. I'm going to remember him. We're going to do this guy. And no one even bought him. This one will be available for sale. I just wanted to do a cobalt butterfly. And since I'm already doing that other butterfly, what's one more butterfly amongst friends? We'll see. You're going to drive. Yeah, I'm going to redo that one. But that's fine. Talking to myself off camera is probably not ideal. So this one's also cobalt. It's very similar in coloring. But before we even get to the color, we're going to do something very exciting, which is all of this black work. We're going to do that as its own layer. And I'm going to be using not an opaque black. I'm going to be using, this is a terrible, this sample strip is probably 15 years old. I haven't redone my gray sample strips yet because I haven't had time. This is N93, probably my favorite rich, dark, transparent black. It's a Enamel. It has a small bluish cast. You can kind of see it's picking up the blue tones. Really, really pretty. And honestly, you can turn this into an opaque color if you just put a couple layers on. So you're going to see what I'm going to do in a moment. I can see I've messed up one of my wires by fooling around. So we're going to fix that. And I'm going to come up just a little bit. And yes, we do have to wash this a little bit. Even these dark colors. There we go. So we've got that. I'm going to take a moment and, I must have squished this. I've been flinging these things around like pancakes. So I've kind of smushed the wires. I'm going to take a moment and really see if I can fix these wires. Well, and also I did these wires kind of a couple weeks ago. So I'm just going to see if I can straighten it out. Let's see. if worse comes to worse, I can pull these two bent wires off and redo them, but there we go. That looks good. That looks good. This one just needs to get trimmed, I think. Pinch you up here. There we go. Bend you. There we go. And I'm going to trim you just a little bit. Oh, you can't even see what's going on. Boom. Let's just like that. Alrighty. Well, that should do it. Okay, let me check all the other wires on this thing. Make sure nothing else is tipped over. It's hard to see. All right, that looks good. That looks good. Now, we're going to pull up just a little bit. Just in a little bit. There we go. Now we're going to get our black, and I'm not doing any color in the first coat at all. I'm just going to be doing this black edge, that, and maybe a little bit here with just a little bit of blending. So that is what's happening. There we go. And I'm going to start right at the top. So I'm just going to kind of hug. I don't want too much water on this because I don't want this to go swimming or anything. I just want to do a nice little blending. And this is going to be a nice warm up for the buckeye butterfly, which is next. It's going to be so much blending. Oh, there's some goop. That's all right. And then we'll get these fired. So this one has a little bit too much water. There we go, a little bit. So we're just going to kind of hug. There's a little nice richness towards the tip of this. Just like that. And we're just going to bring it down just to the crest, right like that. There we go. See how it just kind of looks like a smoky eye? I couldn't do makeup, but I could do this. And you know what? I'm going to do this side while I'm here. Start up here. Just like that. Come down. Just like that is good. And a little bit of this. little bit. Just like that. And then we're going to do, you kind of have a line and like this, and I'm going to move that just a little bit. There we go. There we go. Same thing. Go. Now, just about halfway, I'm going to start at the bottom. Just like that. This nice and solid. Just like that. And then straight, not totally straight, kind of a swoop, but it's, you got to work around the wires. There we go. There's too much water in this cup. There we go. We'll put it in. We can wick it and then adjust it. I'm just going to put it just like that. And then going to just, I know there's not a line there, but I'm going to make one. Just like that. I'll hug this. Clean this line up a little bit. We'll hug this line. And hug this line. That should be good. Now let's do it on the other side. You've got a little space for your vivid colors. I'm going to blot it and clean them, kind of tidy them both up at the end so that they match a little bit more. There we go. We'll trim that. Just like that. Kind of come up. What is that? Hold on. 19. Just that little wicking action. Just like that. Noon. I can't believe it's been 2 hours. Ugh, where did the time go? Yeah, I'm fussing with this side. Just like that. All right, now let me get the line going over here. Just like that. The good news about this one is since nobody's bought it, I can make it look like whatever I want. I could switch out the colors because it's fun. It's nice to just have a low pressure piece. There we go. Now we want to do our straightaways. Straight away. Like that. Hug this little one. Hug this little one. And hug this little one. There we go. Now I got to fuss. There's a little bit of fussing that's going to have to happen. Just scooch you. I feel like I need to trim you. Don't, because you're still hanging out just a little bit. There we go. Tip you in. Hold on, trim you one more time. Go. There we go. Good, good, good. That's good. Now we want to do a little bit of cleaning up. And we're going to be really careful with this because we don't want this black enamel to do any traveling. So I'm going to wick it on both sides. And then use my clean brush. And make sure we have room for our vivid spots. I guess you could honestly put a coat of black down and then put, if things went bad, you could put more silver leaf on top of it, but I don't want to do that. I think that's a good start. So yellow. I think that's looking pretty good. Let's scooch you down a little bit. Scooch you down. There we go. So that's our black. I'm going to let that dry, fire it, and then we'll lay our color on top of it, or maybe even one more coat of black, but we'll see how it is. I kind of want to get my color in and then we'll play around. So we're going to let that dry. And what is next on the agenda, everybody? We have, I'm going to bring back our friend the purple bat wing earrings, and we're going to maybe redo them. So, fly away. Yeah, remember these guys from the beginning of the day. I just feel like, I don't mind this. I just feel like this was too dark of a purple and it's a little grainy and I don't like it. So I haven't fired anything, remember. So I'm going to start fresh with these earrings. I just didn't like them. So yeah, remember, no problem was ever solved by putting something in the kiln. So if you don't like it, which I did not, just gonna rinse off. I'll have to get some fresh water. There we go. I'm feeling all warmed up, so I feel like that was the right choice. So we're going to just backpedal, and it won't take as long because I won't fuss as much because I think I have a better idea. Let me get a fresh thing of water. Since I dumped all this in there, I want fresh water. I'm gonna hang out over there. There we go. Nice and clean. All right. I'm working up. Remember, we still have this guy to do. Look at all those wires. Oh. Got to work out the kinks with the easy pieces. So let's just move you out of the way. I can see I got enamel everywhere. There we go. Let's just clean up our workspace a little bit. It's all good. And we've got these little guys ready for take 2. There we go. So let me we're saying goodbye to that. We're going to bring our friends of the purples back for, a secondary thing. I think it's just, I didn't even like the drawing I did. So that's just what happens sometimes. So we're not going to use that really dark violet, at least in the first one. We're going to do our dark reddish. We've got, let's see what color this one is. Let's find out. We've got a different purple that I had pulled. And then I promise we'll fire something. We'll put them in the kiln. It'll be good. That's good. So, yeah. So this is going to be, let me pull back. This is going to be the darkest bluish, and this is going to be the darkest reddish purple. And we can always go darker in the next one. So we've got that, and then we've got our light and our light. So we're going to use these 4 colors. Boop, 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 and boop. That's what's happening, everybody. Let's zoom in. Now, I did like the red in the center, so we'll start with that. And these will go a lot faster because I got an idea. I've been thinking about them. I've been ruminating, which is not always the best thing to do, but sometimes you gotta kind of let things percolate. So we're gonna start with the reddish. Can't believe it. I can't believe I'm seeing these being made too. Usually, it's usually just me and all of the myriad voices in my brain together in our studio. I know you know what, I'm pulling out this red violet too. Oh, it's all good. You know what, that's fine. We'll do the finessing. Jessica's earrings. I'm going to rename these to Jessica's. They're not the purple batwing anymore. They're just Jessica's earrings. There we go. There we go. Go a little bit around. And I'm not saying we're not going to pull that really dark color in. It just was not working out for me. Not. So let's pull this bluish. There we go. See, this is a much better. It's a little bit more subtle. You know, the purples, they go really, really dark sometimes. So that will go here. Just like that. There we go. Just like that. Let's do the same thing on the other side. Blend these in. Oh, and not to go back to the original. Oh, thank you. You're always welcome in my studio, virtually anyway. If you were here for the earlier story about the handyman, guess how much he charged us? He drove a half an hour at 6 a.m. to our house to let my husband out of the trapped bathroom that he was in, busted down the door, and didn't charge us anything. I'm like, let me give you some money. And he's like, no, just call me when you've picked out a new door and I'll come and install it. Such a great guy. Honestly, a good handy person, worth their weight in gold, especially if you have an old house. And, Warren and I, we love our old house, but neither one of us are particularly handy. So it's not, we need to be in the throuple. We talk about it all the time. Not like seriously, but it would work out really well if we could find a third person to, be in our relationship that's super handy around the house. Because Warren is all the technology. I tend to I step up and do the handy stuff. So, yeah, I don't actually know what I bring to the party. So I think I might get kicked out of the throuple. So... there we go. Now we're going to put that real pale. Then I'm so glad I did this. I agonized, alone in my head about redoing these, but I think it's going to be worth it. I know these are like in the scheme of this entire batch, this particular pair of earrings, it's not the most complicated, but I want, there's no reason the littlest thing should get as much love and attention. So, especially, when people buy earrings like this, I just want to make sure that everything, we're going to do a little light, and then we're going to do that medium. There we go. Now we'll go back to our lovely medium red. Where's our medium red? This one. Just for a little. I know it's just to feather that in. There we go. Blending, blending, blending. There we go. I'm going to blot these, a little bit. Maybe like that. Alrighty. I'm glad. Now let's get some fresh paper towel. I see my paper towel is buried. So, no regrets for redoing that. But I'm going to just blot them. Boop. Just like that. And let these dry. And, as I drop them on the... Let's not do them a third time. So we're going to let these dry. And we're almost going to put that whole batch in. As soon as these are dry, in just like 2 or 3 minutes, we are going to fire that whole first batch and see where we are. So I'm going to go put these under the heat lamp, and we'll fool around with these gold ones next. Oh, check these out. Check out this gold, 24 karat gold wires over 24 karat gold foil. That is coming up next. Hey, first time chatter, Cable Collins. I'm so in love with those earrings. Well, good. I'm glad I did them again. Brand new. I've never done any enameling. I've just gotten a kiln, but I haven't even. Don't be afraid to start it up. Is it a Paragon? What kind of kiln do you have? Let me know while I put this under the heat lamp. What is next? Yes. And don't fret. The thing about getting started is there's that, there's so many different. Don't work yourself into a tizzy about the details. Just remember, keep moving forward. Even if it's not perfect, work on several pieces at one time. Don't make one pair of precious little earrings that are the most, delicate little unicorns. Make 3 pairs of earrings, and then you can be like, hey, if one of these pairs of earrings looks like trash, I learned something, and then you won't be crying. So that is, work on multiples at once. That would be my recommendation. So with these little guys, we're just going to be, we're done with the purples for now. I'm just going to set them aside. My work area is getting a little chaotic, which I don't love, but that is part of the process. We don't need you. Now remember, let me show you where we're going here. We've got this pair, and it's going to be ruby red and gold. And I'm going to start in the first coat just with the little leaves, because I don't want the ruby red to go everywhere, and it's hard to control the ruby red because just reasons. So that's what's happening with that. So we'll move our blues. I need a giant, I feel like I have a giant table, but I don't have as much space. I lent a folding table to my friend Betty, and I was just telling her that, I don't need it back. And this morning I'm like, I got to get that table back from Betty. Betty, give me that table back. It's just it's a folding plastic table, but it has an adjustable height thing, and it is just the right size. So, she's got a couple craft shows to do, so I'll let her keep it for that. Oh, Rio Grande. I'm sure it's great. And it probably, I'm not sure what kilns they do. They probably do the Paragon kilns. So we'll be firing in a minute, and I will move the camera over to the thing. So, all right, this is a little trickier to work on. So I'm going to grab a little, because, they don't want to sit, because it's hard to work because they tip over. So I'm just going to grab, there we go, a stabilizer, as it were. We've got this little guy, and I'm going to have a little looky-loo, and I want to make sure that nothing's tipped over. I'm going to fuss with that wire. I'm going to move that one out of the way while I fuss. In fact, I might fuss with these and then we'll fire the other thing. I'm going to kind of make sure. There we go. I don't mind this tipped over a little bit. It just gives it a little flare. Is that allowed? But I don't want it to be sticking so far up. There we go. That's good. Let me do the other one. Yeah, we've got, it's hard to see what's going on. Like it's hard on the silver on silver, but the gold on gold's even more challenging sometimes to see what's going on. I feel like I've got some glue residue that I might want to put this back in the kiln and burn away. But let me fuss with the, oh, and I've got a wire stuck in, oh, there we go. Come on, buddy. I'm gonna have to redo this wire. Oh good, it came out. I'm gonna trim it. With my finger on it. Trim you. Trim you. Get that piece of gold. I want every little bit of gold you gotta save. There we go. Just like that. That's better. Now, I am going to put this one back in the kiln because you probably can't see it, but I'm looking through here. I'm looking through my microscope and I see I'm using blue stick. So, and sometimes the blue stick doesn't entirely burn away. So I'm going to go ahead and put this back in the kiln while I fire the other guys. Let me grab my little, but before, I know I'm going to forget to put these two little snippets of 24 karat gold in the scrap heap. So let me grab that and do that first. Look at my scrap heap for 24 karat gold's getting mighty big. Look at all this 24. Oh, as I spill it. Oh, what a day. Hold on. Let me fuss auto. Let me take a moment. It's because I didn't want to put this piece of, I will use this wire. This is not necessarily scrap, but I am going to cut it in half and put it back in. Let's put you guys in. I just love this. Oh, look at this foil. So you could eat it. You could eat it and probably just go right through you. There we go. And I'll probably take some of these, cut them into little bits and make some 24 karat gold. Melt them into little spheres. Because, all right, those are silver bits. All right, I think I got all the gold nibbles. I'm gonna put you back. It's my little there we go. There's a nice thing. I see one more piece of gold. I'll deal with it later. So wait, this is the one that's gonna go back in. So let us readjust the camera and I'm gonna have it pointed at the kiln because we're gonna do like probably a couple minutes of kilning. So here is that. And I'm going to make it work. I'm going to make it work. You ready? Lift up. There we go. Let's see. We're going to flip it around. Hold on. I know everyone's probably getting a little car sick. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Oh, why is it upside down? I'll fix it. There we go. There we go. How's that? Very yellow. Oop. Let's go with auto. There we go. Here we are. There's my Paragon kiln. I love this guy. If you got the kiln, I hope you got the nice window. So, everybody, let's see what we're going to fire. I think we'll start with our purples. We'll set those right there. We'll probably do it in two. Got our little guys like that. And remember, we're going to put this guy back in the kiln. Our friend, the gold. Let's see. I think that'll be okay. We're going to put this guy just like that. There we go. So we're going to do that first and then that. Let's do it. Don't forget to glove up. Just like that. So, generally speaking, you can see the kiln was set for 1430 Fahrenheit, 776 Celsius. When I opened the door, the kiln dropped, a couple hundred degrees because it's cold. It's a little chilly here today. So it dropped to 1262. No worries. Don't worry about it. Generally speaking, by the time the kiln works its way back up to 1430 Fahrenheit, we'll be done firing. And I could stare into that window, but it wouldn't be great for my eyes. It's fine to have a little looky-loo, but don't sit there if you have a window in your kiln and stare right in it. And if you were, you probably want to wear your eye protection here, some sort of protection for that from the UV rays. But I tend to just not stare into my kiln, so that's just kind of how I roll. So you can see, you can look at it. Always better to slightly under fire things rather than blow it through. So the moment things are melted is the moment you're going to take it out. And by melted, I mean glossy. If you pull it out and it's sandy and not glossy, put it right back in. You didn't fire it long enough. But if you leave it in so long that it's like just like, like a river of melted glass and everything's glowing, vivid yellow, maybe back off a little bit. Overfiring is one of the most common newbie mistakes, and also mistakes that I make as well. So, because I tend to lose focus. But this time I'm not going to be multitasking. I'm only going to be doing one thing at a time. So, yeah, I'm not staring in. I was staring in. There's nothing to see anyway. So, this is the fun part. But luckily, Clicky will let me know when Clicky is up to temperature, because Clicky will do a little click. So I tend to I have a little chair about 5 feet away, and I just have a moment of daydream until Clicky clicks. And wait, click, click, click. Do it. There you go. Now we're ready. Little guy in. There we go. Carefully. And let that. There's a lot of glass on these bases, so they're stuck. We'll let them come unstuck. I just need to see, these are just tons of glass. So these trivets will kind of stick, and they'll unstick themselves when they cool off. They'll make a big pinging noise. That's what that is. Let's see if anyone's commented. Oh, I can't read it from here. Yes, very exciting. 1310. Yes, and what I'm going to do is when these are cool, the purples, we're going to get our second coat on there just because we're going to bring those to completion today for sure. We will work our way towards the more elaborate pieces because, oh my gosh, it all has to get done. And 1351, not quite ready. But so you can see it takes about 1.5 to 2 minutes. If it's taking any longer than that, you may want to crank up the temperature of your kiln because each one is your kiln, they're all little delicate unicorns and they're all slightly different, just like your oven at home. They tend to run hot or cold. Let's see. Not quite ready. I can see that's not quite melted. Did you hear those ping? They came undone. Zoop, zoop, zoop. Oh, click. Thank you. Nice. Now let those cool. And we're going to pull these off. I bet they are. And I've got, these are steel plates. Well, these are ready. Let them cool a little bit. Come on. You know what, fine. I'll pull these off. I make these bases. I make them out of pieces of steel. There's a piece of steel, and I just bend down the things. But then once they get really coated in glass, I tend to just make it a fresh one. There we go. We'll just let them cool. And you can't even see. See, I have this. This is just a piece of steel blocks to kind of help cool along. So it's probably still hot. Let's touch them. Oh, see, that's the click. That's the tinging. That's not glass. That's just the trivets unhooking themselves. It's still hot. So we'll pull you off. There we go. They'll cool down faster when you pull them off the bases. So that is done. Good. These are probably still hot since they're on the trivet. But there we go. That was our first firing. Well, for you guys, this is my fourth firing of things for the day. But first for you. That was very exciting. And now we're going to do our second coat on all of these. And I'm going to bring, okay, well, ready? Let's see if this will work. Hold on. There's that. Hold on. I know. Very exciting. There we go. Oh, but then I do have to switch everything over. We're still going the wrong way. It's fine. I have two. I'm going to lift up. I've got two bases to stick it in. Oop. Auto focus. There we go. There we go. Look how messy the desk is. It's crazy. Let's come in a little bit. There we go. That wasn't so bad. Oh, Camille asked, do you think it is better for the piece to cool on the rack to a certain point, or does it really matter? Well, you don't want to shock it. I certainly give it a moment before. I mean, and if it were a really important piece, these are. I mean, not that they're all important. These are all my babies. But if I was really, really concerned, there are certain instances where I just let things cool on their own. But that's kind of more towards the end of the process and the final firing. Absolutely, I just let it. But when I'm trying to kind of move along, just gently nudging things towards coolness is fine. So, but if something cracks because you've shocked it, that's not ideal. So I guess the answer is sometimes. But when you're first getting started, just let everything cool down on its own. You're going to burn yourself anyway by touching it. So, all right, let me go grab those pieces. These are cool. Are these cool? Cool enough. Oh, all right. So we've got, let's see what we have. We'll grab those other ones. They're still probably working. So these are our two blues. You can see, it's amazing. You feel like you've put the glass all the way to the top of those wires, but see how it really compacts itself down. So generally speaking, we're going to do 2 coats of color and then 2 coats of something else. It's generally going to be about 4 coats total to get to the top of these wires. And then these little guys, oh, I'm so glad I did that because we can really, and then these are sweet. We're just going to do another coat of color on these. So that will be good. I'm going to move these out of the way. And let's just come over here. We got you guys over there. Let's go see if our other things are cool. And of course, they're stuck to the trivets. Not ideal. There we go. We got that one. And we got this one. And let me go get the other pieces, see if they are cool. Now, that's cool. We got that one. And this one. There we go. So this little guy is looking good. I do need to find the dark black. That'll be fine. And remember, we're going to put a fuchsia over him to make him into purple. Here's our, still a little warm. Here's our black fired. So we're ready to get our coat of color on there. And hopefully this one is just fired itself down. So we'll set you aside for now. I know I feel like I was like getting you excited about the reds, but we're going to finish these blues before we get back to this. So say goodbye to the sweet, sweet gold for now. There we go. So we don't need that. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's 12:30. So let's just start with, we started with purple. Let's start with purple. So we're going to move you guys. Move you. Move you. Now. Let's get our light back. There we go. And basically we're just going to do a similar treatment. We're just going to kind of oomph it up a little bit. So let's move this out of the way a little bit. And so we can kind of see what's going on. Let's move this. I'm probably going to be here until 10 p.m. tonight, trying to make sure. I have like a list of what I actually want to get done today, and I'm like about an eighth of the way. I've been fooling around. I'm having fun though, but nobody cares. Alrighty. There we go, there we go. And of course, I sold another thing. Oh yeah, it's good. So let us, we're going to work on these at the same time, I think would be all right. And so let me pull in, zoom in a little bit. There we go. And we're just, well, I say at the same time, but we're going to start with this because we'll get the little greens out of the way. There we go. Now, let's focus. Lock. There we go. That should work. Now, our little bit of green. And, oops, I spilled that. Not good. And you know what? While I'm doing the greens, let's just, oh, sorry, I keep hitting the camera. Let's get this little niblet of green too. Might as well. Then I don't have to pull them back. A little dollop of that. A little bit over here. Should be fine. Should be good. A little bit just like that. And a little bit. Let me get some of that lighter stuff again. Oh no, some purples are nonsense and sensitive. But actually, to be honest, if you're leaded, I'm going to qualify everything I say. If you're working in leaded enamels, most of the purples, with those exception of like those kind of crazy, they're very pretty, but there's like 2 or 3 that are just crazy reactive, which you can decide to use or not. But for the most part, the purples tend to be pretty good. But if you're in unleaded enamels, that is not the case. Well, maybe there's, like the Concord grape is okay, but some of especially the lighter ones really go yellow. So, but these are all, for the most part, these are a combination. They're not even all the same kind. It's Ninomiya, Nihon Shippo, Hirasawa. It's just a whole, they're all Japanese, but they all play beautifully with silver. So no worries about that. Oh, gotta get my hand out of the way. There we go. I should not. You know what song I had in my head yesterday and the day before? Completely inexplicably, I'm like, what am I singing? And I was like, dun, 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 dun. It was it anyway. The A-Team, the theme to the A-Team was in my head, and I've not watched the A-Team in many years. There we go. Probably need to listen to better music in general. All right. Oh, I don't think we need that. All right. So the green's done. Does. Green, thank you. For now, you're done. I'm going to put you over there. And what are you doing over here, purple? Now, you can hang out over there. We're ready to go back to our sweet little purples. We've got, let me tell you, we're using this G730 Nihon Shippo. This is S Red, Hirasawa, I want to say. Ninomiya N76. We got these. And that one. There we go. And let's see. I'm gonna get you out of the way. Now this is the second coat of color, which is gonna really, this is our opportunity to punch up the intensity of the color. After this layer, you can certainly keep adding color, but you run the risk of grinding it away when we do the grinding and polishing. So try to keep everything in this first and second coats. So we're going to start with our dark blue again. Oh, yeah, my hand's in the way. There we go. Yeah, good enough. There. There we go. Let's get that little flake out of there. Oops. Let's get this. Really want to blend, because I went a slightly darker purple just to punch it up a little bit. Go. Let's throw you over there. That seems better. Let's get this little guy. Just like that. Let's see where we are with the really want to soften this a little bit. That looks good. Now I'm going to do a tiny blot. kind of see, I went a little bit darker with the shadow just to punch it up a little bit. And then now we've got the two little dark areas where, I got the dark bluish enamel. I'm going to switch it up and put this dark reddish. It'll kind of warm it up. I really am in the last year or so, I've been really experimenting with layering. I mean, there's something to be said for blending. This is blending, but layering different colors one on top of each other gives you a really interesting and different effect. That being said, it'll be subtle. So I'm going to, is this the darkest one that I have? Yes. There we go. And yeah, my hair will. There we go. Now we'll let those dry. Maybe I'll do a quick blot. It probably doesn't even matter since by the time we finish everything else, these will definitely be dry. There we go. And where did I put the trivet is over there. So I'm going to go put these on the trivet and we'll do our friends. Actually, we'll put these on the trivet all at the same time. Let's finish our friends, the bat wings. Sweet, sweet little bat wings. There we go. There we go. Look at these little guys. Now, what's going on with you? Now I feel like we can punch you up. That I have no trouble with. So, we'll start subtly. It's hard to see. With our light, pale, reddish purple in the center. Just like this. I liked that. And then we're going to go to our S6. Some sort of purple there. But you know what purple is? There's a few purples that would probably be worth fussing with, but there's this one purple. It's a discontinued old Thompson. It's called Bishop. I don't know the number. I want to say like 681 or something like that. But anyways, a Bishop. It's actually Bishop blue, but it's a perfect. It is honestly, it's so pretty, but it is the most. It is so reactive to silver. It's insane. It is just that I've never really used it. And to be honest, purples don't look great over gold because the gold kind of really leaches the vibrancy of the purple. I mean, gold wires look great next to a dark purple like that, but it's just, it's unfortunate because it is a really, really pretty purple. Somebody was like, oh, I have 8 ounces of it. What am I going to do with it? And I'm like, enjoy looking at it in the jar. I mean, I have 8 ounces of it too, and I'm never going to throw it away. I mean, my enamels are my pride and joy, but, will I ever really use it? I don't know. Seems Magic 8 Ball says seems unlikely. When I get up, I'll grab the sample so you can see. Yeah, I mean, if you can't even get a good sample strip out of a color, then you shouldn't be using it. So that's why we are going to be doing in the new year, an opalescent tutorial. We're going to make a dragon's eye. It's going to be vivid, opalescent dragon's eye. But we're going to start with making sample strips. Not just because I want to redo all my opalescent sample strips, I do, but because that's true. If you cannot get an enamel to look good on a sample strip, you have no business putting it on a piece of jewelry. Unless you know, like unexplained behavior. Oh, bishop. I'm going to grab the sample. It'll take a second. Oh, my mistake. It was called Regal Purple. There's also a bishop, but Regal is Regal. And you can see it has a really vivid, dark, rich, really, really vibrant thing. But you can also see right around the edge here, how it's just turned like this dark, dark, dark green. That is the reaction to the silver. And so I don't really use this color very much at all. The other colors, I do have to do the video about it, that are react. Here are the other three reactive. These are the Hirasawa ones. Yeah, Hirasawa. They're really pretty. They have kind of like a really, check out that vivid, you know, it's hard to get. These are made of gold, and so they're wild. You can see here, this is where it's touching the silver, how it turns it gross, yucky gold. Same thing over here. So these are two purples that you use with extreme caution. They're very pretty though. Very pretty. You know, you get to choose. And this one's pretty too. Which one's that? Yeah, gold, blue, violet, gold, red, violet. Oh yeah, this is that blue ruby. This is a Milton Bridge one. Blue ruby. Very pretty. See how it's that bluish pinkish color? Very pretty. So there you go. We're not using those purples today. I just don't have it in me. But yeah, that's the purples that we're going to be talking about in my next video that I've been putting off because, you know, I just want to get to the opalescence. So we'll see. There's so many videos to do. Honestly, I'll get to it. It'll all get done. Now, let's just continue along. Now, I'm going to bring back this dark one because I feel it has a place. I'm going to just punch up this shadow. Sorry, let me get... I feel like I was doing good. But with extreme... Not very much. We're just going to bring you back right here and here. There we go. We'll do the same thing over here. We're not going to use it, but sparingly, this dark. There we go. Just a little bit, and then a little bit right here, just to see how just that little bit kind of like gives it some dimension. There we go. That's all we're going to do with that one. Let's find my other dark purple. Oh, here. Where did you go? I guess this is it. Oh, wait, here it is. Yeah. But there's so many colors. I mean, there are definitely like, there's so many colors to choose from that it's not, you don't have to use a color that's hard to use. In fact, when you are just starting out, just set yourself up for success and use colors that play well with silver. Give yourself the challenge later on to try some of the colors that are, because they're not necessarily any more beautiful than ones that play well with silver. Sometimes they are, and those are the ones that are worth it. But quite honestly, I see people going crazy for, when people are, no offense, I mean, people are selling things on, Etsy or, eBay, old discontinued Thompsons. I have so many discontinued Thompsons, but for the most part, with the exception of maybe 6 colors, and I'll tell you what they are when I get to 100 subscribers, with the exception of 6 colors, there is not anything magical about a discontinued old Thompson color. Generally, I bet that there's a modern equivalent that looks just as good. And don't even get me started on the enamels that are made from depleted uranium. Do not. Yeah, the word is do not. I have a whole story about that. But I feel like I've told too many stories today, so I'll save the depleted. Remind me whenever I'll tell you the depleted uranium story later. There we go. I don't hate this. That's good. I don't hate this. Just like that. And that's good. Now we're just going to put our you love H28A. Well, and Mary Lee Ray has a great video about how to use those, so she's a great resource. You just have to don't overfire it and put, a nice barrier of some other color beneath it, and you'll be fine. Also, gold wires probably would be a good idea, but let's just see. Oh, let me get my last little bit here. And yeah, my finger's in the way. There we go. A little bit. Just like that. Actually, a little bit like that. A little bit like that. And the S6. There we go. All right, I'm feeling much better about this one. Let me just put a tiny dot right there. There we go. There's a lot of shading going on in these little guys. For such a small pair of earrings, there is... Oh, let me put a little bit of my bluish here. It seems a little dark, but... just like that. You're good. All right. Now, let's put these under the heat lamp. We've got these little guys. Oh, hold on. We're going to let them dry. And where did we put our friends? And then we've got these guys, which are pretty much dry. We're going to let these all dry. And let's do this one next. That one's, I know it looks blue, but we're going to turn it to fuchsia. Oh, I need to get the opaque black. There we I've got the opaque black for the bottom of this little guy. And that, I think, is it for the actual purples. I'm going to take one moment and get our purples out of the way. Let's take a moment to tidy up the work area a little bit. There we go. So we don't need these purples any more. No more. So let me put the lids on them. S14. I know. What is going on? Give me a moment. Let me get all my lids out. Oh, there was water in there. N71. Got the lid on. It's just worth it to take a moment. N43 is a green. S14B. That's S14. S6. I know this is exciting. Exciting stuff. It's riveting. I don't need that. Ultra 4. Those are all blues. 136 is 0. That's this one. And 42. It's 14. B. Oh, that's this one. Right. I'll just put these blank ones on. They don't all have labels. There we go. Nice. Now I'm going to just move them off the table so we can move along. Color number of everything that I'm using, or just, yeah. I will try to, moving forward, tell you exactly what colors I'm using. But I'm putting the purples away. It was a whole mishmash of different purples. All right, purples are done. Now we are going to do this. This one is still experimental. So we've got our layer of blue, and I am going to be putting a layer of fuchsia over that. And that, if all goes well, will turn it to purple. And in the original one, let me show you that sample again. Remember, this is the sample. See these two purples right here? See how they are really in this corner right here, this one and this one? See how they just really have this kind of like iridescent quality? That is what we are going for. So, but, and I'm not changing it a little bit. There's no purple enamel on here. It is basically two colors. It is blue, which we've already put on down here, and hot fuchsia pink. And in this particular one, I used sun red. Yes. G704 sun red, which is a vivid, lovely Nihon Shippo fuchsia. I am going to be experimenting with, you're not going to be able to find this color. I shouldn't even tell you what it is. This is an Aoki, which is another Japanese enamel, but it was discontinued way back in the 1990s. It's incredibly difficult to find in the United States because back in the 90s, people weren't really using Japanese enamels all that much. So it was discontinued before, because people were able to get leaded Thompson enamels. So primarily that's what people were using in the 80s and 90s in America. So this company went out of business in the 90s. And so in the United States, it's really, really hard to find. But I'll tell you what it is, just in case. Aoki 105B. If you ever find any, please gift me some. I would just love it so much. I own probably 4 ounces. And that when it's gone, over, done. But, that doesn't mean I'm not going to use it all up. And I'm going to use it today. So, and it's lovely. But all, to be honest, all intents and purposes, it's very similar. Let me go get the sun red so you can see that it's not, it's a unicorn, but it's not like a magic unicorn. maybe I'll use both. Actually, one's a little bit darker. I'm going to use both. There we go. This is Aoki, and this is Sun Red Nihon Shippo 704. G704 Sun Red Nihon Shippo. They're very, very similar in shade and tone. This one is has a little bit more of a reddish hue to it, but they're both very beautiful. So yes, the whole point is for them to change to purple. And you know what? I'm going to use both of them. We'll start with just a coat of this one because I've got it washed. And now I've fooled around so much that I'm going to grab my Aoki. Hopefully that's enough. It's so special, I don't even write the number. I just write Aoki. A-O-K. And move these over there. Yeah, I spilled a little water off. There we go. Let's wipe that up. Neatness counts. Now, I do have to do a quick little wash. Quick little wash with the Aoki. Oh, I gotta dump it. Look how dirty, grimy this water. That's the bad water. That's why we keep washing the enamels. There we go. I can't wait to tell you about this peach enamel. Well, when we get to the tree, I've got this peach color that's just, it's so good. But I'm not gonna. I could spend all day just talking about different colors that I like. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe when I get to 100 subscribers, we'll talk about my favorite colors with the subscribers thing. I don't know. I don't even know how you set those things up. So got that. And yeah, I know this is interesting. It doesn't look like the color, but this is the color it's going to end up. And layered over this blue, let's just hope, because to be honest, I'm having doubts that that's going to happen. So, yeah. Am I allowed to have doubts? I don't know. Let's just see what's going on here. We got the green in. There we go. Let's just focus right there. Lock that. And I've got the green there. I'm just going to I might even get a slightly larger brush. Maybe. There we go. I got a slightly larger brush. And I'm just going to put a nice, I'm going to get some sun red. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do a little bit of blending. Sun red is reactive to silver, so that's probably why I do have a video about how to make samples. I've been slowly redoing all of my samples, and I'm going to be making more. I can never have enough samples. All right. Sun. All right, there's our sun red. And I wash it, you know the deal. They do look very similar. Ugh. I'm gonna have to make fresh. Because, yeah, let's check this out. This is how you know your enamels have kind of gone bad. See how it's being resistant to the water there? I probably washed this. This is probably sitting in that drawer for a couple months. And so I'm going to wash some fresh. It's just the molecules from the plastic have off gas and kind of coated. It actually doesn't hurt the enamel, but it makes it hard to work with. So I'm going to make some fresh. It'll be the work of a moment, I promise. But that one is going into the garbage. So, in fact, I know I have some already sifted. So, here we are. Look, fingertips. That's how organized I am. I know where everything is. We're going to get a fresh cup, though, and it'll just be a moment. Yeah, I told you, I'm going to be, once I finish these, well, I mean, I've got to finish this batch, finish one. I think I should be shipping out my last order on December 16th. And I've scheduled on my schedule, I'm going to spend the last 2 weeks of December just making sample strips. And because I'm slowly redoing, I've got to do all my blues, I've done all my pinks, I've done the yellows, I've done all the kind of the fun colors, but I also want to do all of my opalescents, and just put a little bit more in there. And, obviously I'll have to do videos and stuff. It's not like it's the only thing I'm going to be doing, but it will be one of the primary things, because I take the slow approach to sample strips. So I enjoy, it's so good making sample strips. There we go. So let's just wash this. This is the sun red. And since it was already sifted, it would just be the work of a moment to wash. But I have a whole bunch of lump enamels too. Oh God. Oh, and I just ordered a whole bunch of enamels from, not the Netherlands. Can't remember. But I've got to make samples of those. It's going to be exciting. Also have the glow in the dark things that I haven't even had time to play with. So this is the sun, which is slightly lighter. This will be our shadow, and let's do it. I'm going to let me take a moment. Wipe this down. Things are getting a little sloppy around here, which won't do. Now, it's going to look weird. I'm like, oh God. All right. This is our dark color, so we'll start with that. And here's the plan. It's going to be a coat of this, and we're going to see how it looks, and either punch up the blue or the fuchsia, depending on some factors. It's kind of like, what is that Renaissance painting technique? It's where they used it a lot in garment folds, where they actually used blue and hot pink over it to kind of create the same effect. It has an actual name. I'm gonna have to look it up. It's not sfumato or chiaroscuro. It's the third. It's a triumvirate of Renaissance painting techniques. It looks really beautiful because you get the folds of their outfits just have this really kind of interesting purple blue vibe to them, and it has a name. If anyone knows what it is, let me know. There we go. So we're gonna do that. We got a little bit of this. I'm going a little bit light for no reason. There we go. So there's our aoki. You know what red I haven't had any luck with? That everybody else, especially Mary Lee, she's like, oh, I love this red. It always goes gross and livery to me. That new red, I think it's, to think about it, it's called Sunset Red. It's a gorgeous orangey red, and I really haven't had any luck. It looks beautiful in the first 2 fire ants, and then it gets kind of transparent brown, or like translucent brown. It's really disappointing. And that's on my list to explore, like, what am I doing wrong? Or is it the enamel? Is it me? Or is it just not a good match? A little bit of this. There's that. I'm going to get a piece of... No, not indigo. It has like a word. And I'm sure it's Italian or, a fancy Latin word. I'll think of it. I mean, I will not think of it. I guarantee you, because I can never remember it. But I'll think to look it up on Google later. That's my promise. There we go. Got a little bit of that, and our sun red. And then we're going to get our black in there. I feel like I've made a big promise here. There we go. And remember, I made this particular base deeper than all the other ones so I can put an extra layer of enamel and not have to worry about it. So this one's going to have 3 full layers of color. So considerations. There we go. Now we're going to do our opaque black. And it doesn't really matter what opaque black. I mean, it does. I mean, I have huge opinions about opaque blacks, but for this instance, where did I put it? Where'd you go, buddy? I'm going to be using the Sawyer 36 black. Unless, oh, there it is. Here we are. And it doesn't have to get washed, but I'm going to freshen it up. It's going to get a little, the freshening. So, there we go. Just make sure there's nothing gross in there. I like this black. I actually almost prefer Nino Mio L100 black. They're different blacks. This is a very shiny. What I like about this is after I put it down, I can put a pale gray over it and not worry about it, because it's not going to be really, really thick, opaque. It's almost like a more translucent. So, but that's what I want. It's also, it melts thinner, which can be a big pain in the butt. But let's just Now we're going to let that dry, and let me just quickly. There we go. Now I'm going to go put this under the lamp, and we'll see how it looks after it gets fired. So next on the agenda, here we go. We're going to do that next. 131. How we doing? Okay. And I can't believe here's one that so remember this one, we've got our colors that we're going to put, get you guys out of the way, and we want definitely our sweet, where did you go? Oh, you're hanging out over there. There we go. Chartreuse Chrome 737 Old Thompson. Our friend N37 Nino Mia. You're going to be there. And honestly, do we want to go? Oh, you know what? We might even bring in this vivid yellow. That's N27 Dark Yellow Nino Mia. So I love this vivid. These kind of citron colors. Oh, yummy, yummy, yummy. So let me just wash that one, and we'll get that. We're going to layer these on top and then do maybe a little bit more of the black. We're going to kind of take this in stages, but you can see this one needs a little bit of extra TLC. Get that water over here. And as far as those blues go, I'm going to grab one of my other favorite blues is L65 Ultramarine, which is another, I love Nino Mia. So, all right, well, have fun. Thank you, Juniper, and I'm just going to call you Juniper. Thank you so much for stopping by. And I'll probably be streaming tomorrow. I'm not going to guarantee it, but I'm going to guarantee streaming on Sunday. So I may surreptitiously stream tomorrow. You missed all these colors. Oh, you want them again? The colors? This is on the left. N27 Dark Yellow Green from Nino Mia. This is 737. It's a discontinued Old Thompson color. And this is N37 Chartreuse. Oh, sorry, this one was called Chartreuse Chrome. And this is N37 Chartreuse Nino Mia. Go. So we're going to start. We'll start with the blues. Hey, first time chatter. Cimarello. I can't read. I got a bigger font. I have it set to the biggest font, but it's about 5 feet away. Welcome. Thank you for chatting. So, yeah, and tomorrow I'm going to have to get started on the bigger pieces. So, and it might be tomorrow if I do stream, I'm probably going to be less chatty because I'm going to be a little bit more focused. So, that's impossible. It is quite literally impossible for me not to be chatty. So this is that really pretty. Look at this blue. This is one of those new samples. That is L65 Medium Ultramarine Nino Mia blue. So we're going to use that as our light blue, and we're going to go down into this really vivid, this will be the other blue. So we're going to do those colors. This piece is available for purchase. I don't even know if it's on my website, but You can buy it and it will be finished in time for Christmas because it's going to come along with all the other friends. I mean, I think it's on, I don't know. It might be on my website. There we go. Oh yeah, we are kind of coming towards the end. We're going to get this one done. We'll fire because I know everyone wants to see whether or not that purple iridescent thing worked out. So we'll get this color on here, then we'll fire those other two things just to see. There we go. We got this color. Now we're ready. And I said we're going to start with the blue here. There we go. Scooch. Sorry, there's a big airplane going over. I'm going to take one moment, see if I can straighten these lines just a little bit. There we go. That's better. Ooh. Basically just, let me look at the picture. Yeah. We'll go a lot of this. Just like that. I know my hand's in the way. Just like that. I'm going to flip you over and get this side done too. Oh, hey, Mary. Everyone should have their name as their name. Alrighty. Gonna get all of this. A little bit like that. There we go. Now I'm gonna use our lighter L65. Subtle. It's a subtle difference. And this one is a strange one because it looks a little bit really green hued when it's before it's fired, but it really glows after firing. I have an errant wire to deal with. I'm going to trim it. What are you even doing? There we go. I know. The virtual. And you know what? I still am never going to do another Zoom class. I know this does it feel like a Zoom thing? I can't do a Zoom thing. But since this is not a Zoom thing. Oh, I messed up that with my fingers. That's fine. There we go. A little bit like that. Just like that. And then more blue right there. And I know. A little bit of this. Just like that. A little bit of the blue. Just like that. Now, a little, oops, sorry about that. Zoop. Let's get this last little bit of ultramarine right there. There. There we go. There we go. Go. Just like that. Now, let me make sure I really clean my brush. Yes, the answer to your question, they are all Nino Mia and Old Thompson. It's just my, your first love, you'll never forget them. That's Nino Mia and Old Thompson, All right, so now we're ready to put our sweet. We're going to do yellow, green on the inside, yellow on the outside. So actually going to go like that. We'll start with the green. 340. And I know my hand's in the way, but move that out of the way. Now our little sweet, let me make sure I don't have big flecks of cobalt blue in my brush, which I do. Let's clean that up. So I can see the grains of, I'm going to get a fresh brush. Might as well. Oh, I got my small brush anyway. Here is, I don't love this brush. I know it doesn't matter, but it does. That's a good brush. Now, start with the green right here. Just like that. And a little bit of green. That. And then that is Chartreuse Chrome N37. Then we're moving along to 737 Old Thompson Chartreuse Chrome. Just like that. Just like that. You can tell that I need to fuss with that wire. Just like that. Sorry, I'm gonna make sure it's pressed down. There we go. And then our final color is this vivid yellow and 27 dark yellow. Here we are. Right there. They will really pop after we fire them. There we go. Just like that. There we go. Nice. So we're going to let that dry. And you know what? Oh wait, I got to do the middle part. Let me throw some dark gray in the middle there. I think I was going to use L12, which I know I've got somewhere. Oh, here we are. Or we'll just use this one. This is N91 gray Nino Mia, just for the center of his little body. And maybe a little bit more black as well. Can never go wrong. Oh, I gotta put a little water. You get a little water. So, a little bit of black. A little bit. Just like that. Just to kind of do that. And then this N91, it's maybe a little light. We'll see. There we go. So there's enough water. Let me just. That'll be fine. Now we're going to let it dry. So we're coming towards the end, but I do want to get one more coat on our cufflinks. We'll finish up these little guys while that one's drying, and then we'll get everything fired and we'll see where we are. So I'm going to go put this under the heat lamp, and this will be the second coat. Me. I'm going to put the purples in the kiln. Don't let me forget. Oh, I should use, I wonder if I can use Siri. All right, I'm multitasking officially. I have put the purples in the kiln. It didn't go well yesterday or the day before when I was trying to multitask. I should ask Siri to remind me in a minute and a half. I should totally do that, but I'll do that later. Don't let me forget. And you know, getting the bead mesh in the Old Thompson is very smart, because a lot of the Old Thompson powders tend to have not been stored as properly, and they tend to have degraded a little bit. So I do try to buy my older discontinued enamels in the lump form. All right, so we've got these little guys. No greens. Say goodbye to the greens for the day. Oh, hold on, I don't want to forget about the kiln. It's good. We're 1 minute in. I'm just going to gather the blues. I'm not going to put any enamel on. because we don't want to mess it up. Oh, I was going to work on a trivet with this. Start with that. Start with that. And we definitely are going to use this. This. 1371. We've got that. This. Yeah. They definitely don't degrade. So a little bit of extra work at the beginning, but it's totally worth it because there are some colors, even there's some modern colors that I've ordered the powder, and the powder is just not quite, you can definitely tell the difference between the lump. All right, I'm going to go to the kiln. 2:00. Let those cool. See how it's gonna have to cool before I show it to you. All right, so we're gonna get this last. I would not use that forsythia. Just FYI. Remember, I haven't told anybody the depleted uranium story, but honestly, there are prettier colors out there than forsythia. It's not that great of a color. It ain't worth it. So, but that is just my opinion. I don't want to get attacked online for hating on depleted uranium colors, but I don't think they're worth it. Okay, blue. But let's talk about happy blues. Nothing wrong. Blues for days. Is there ever been a blue that has caused anyone any trouble? No, blues are just glorious. There are underappreciated friends from grade school that have always had our backs. They're not exciting, but they're just workhorses. So let's just get this coat on. I'm going to stop blathering. So this one is good. I'm going to focus. Doop, doop, doop. There we go. Start in the center. But the story involves a Geiger counter. And I talked to the Ombudsman, North Carolina guy who deals with radioactive stuff. Had a great conversation with him. So, all right, doop. Where is this one? Oh, well, you know what? I'm going to tell you the story about forsythia then. Here's the thing. I've had some earlier, whatever. I think this was maybe a year ago or so. I purchased a whole mess of enamels from an estate sale. I just bought, I spent $1,000 and I just took, everything in the box. And there was, like 8 ounces of forsythia. Maybe there was that burnt orange. I can't remember exactly the other colors. But I was like, so I didn't know what to do about it because I was like, I'd read about it. There's not that much information online about it, and you're not going to get Thompson Enamel to talk about it. But so I was like, you know what? I'm going to get a Geiger counter. So I didn't buy the cheapest Geiger counter, but I bought a middle of the road Geiger counter from eBay or Etsy or whatever, Amazon. And it came. And so I'm like, all right, I hook up this little Geiger counter. And I have. Anyway, and you kind of, you turn it on and you immediately realize that we're surrounded by radiation, and it's alarming. don't get, if you want to work on your inner Zen, do not get a Geiger counter. But you realize, okay, and it comes with this little printable card that has, the ranges. Like, and I can't quite remember the actual ranges because I don't have it in front of me, but it's like, okay, well, the normal, and they're like color coded, like, green, the normal background radiation is between 0 and I want to say 18. So 0 to 18. Remember, I'm just guessing these numbers. Normal background. And then it kind of goes up in like 5 different increments all the way up to, evacuate. So I'm like, all right, okay. So I turn it on and, it's just in the studio. And I'm like, okay, so it's up to like 8 or 9. That's normal background. That sounds fine. And so I put the jar of, it's unopened. It's a solid jar. And I put the Geiger counter right in front of it, and it goes up to 280. It's like zoom, and it's like zoom, 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 and this little alarm goes off, and I look at the little card, and the card isn't evacuate, but the card is, holy shit, what you should definitely be, you should be very, very, very concerned. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't know what to do. I hadn't even opened it. Like, it was an unopened, and I'm like, so I was like, oh crap. So I'm in North Carolina. I looked it up online and I'm like, there is a guy, I guess there's a guy in every state, whose job is it to answer your dumb questions about radiation. So I sent an email to, I cannot remember the name of him, but he's in the state government, and his job is that. He is the overseer of radioactive stuff in North Carolina. And he actually called me back. He was so nice because apparently we're at that age where a lot of grandparents are passing away, and there's a lot of people collected uranium and uranium materials back in the 30s and 40s. Even my dad was like, oh, I collected it, when I was a kid. Super exciting. And so there's a lot of radioactive material in people's attics. And so he gets a lot of phone calls about this exact thing. And he's like, don't panic. It's fine. But he's like, what you need to do is you need to find out like the radius of the, nothing's in the kiln. No, nothing's in the kiln. The radius. So he's like, what you're going to do is you're going to start walking backwards. And the moment that the Geiger counter drops back to normal background radiation, that is the range of the radioactive material. And so I was like, but 180 or 270. And he's like, that's not great, but it's not, don't panic. It's fine. And so I did that. And it turned out that it had about like a 10-foot radius before. So that was like the effect. And he's like, okay, so 10 feet. Keep it more than 10 feet from you. And I'm like, okay. So I put it in like the farthest corner of the thing. And he's like, I wouldn't use it because what if you get one of those little things in your lungs? It's really it's not dangerous in glass form. The danger is in the powder. And so I was like, oh, crap. So I put it in like the farthest corner and I could see it from my desk. I felt like it was glowing at me. And you know what? I'm not even going to end the story because he's like, there's a company you can call, but there's a company that deals with like huge, like if you have a huge amount of radioactive material. And he's like, so, they don't really deal with your mom and pop situation. And so I was like, well, what should I do with it? Oh my God, what should I do with it? Should I put it in the garbage? And he's like, I'm legally not allowed to tell you that you should put it in the garbage, but ... And I was like, oh, okay. But anyway, I'm not going to tell you what I did with it. Maybe I still have it. Maybe I don't. I don't know. That is the story. So it was a shocking amount of radiation. And I Geiger countered the rest of everything around me. Nothing ever came even within 100 ticks of that. I think so I tested, and what you should do is you should be a little bit suspicious. Lillian Jones told me this. They at Thompson, they were always kind of making new colors. Any vivid yellowish green color that's a discontinued Thompson, not thankfully 737, not my favorite color, but those ones that have that, that color, it's that kind of vivid, kind of eye-popping color, green, more brown, more orange. You might be suspicious of any old yellow or yellow green, yellow brown enamels. And so I checked all my enamel inventory to make sure I didn't have any more, and it was all fine. But some of them did kind of, tick up a little bit, but nothing. So I put the Geiger counter away because I couldn't handle the stress of it. So, oh yeah, but it's old school. People that are a little bit older than me, no problem. They're like, no problem. Yeah, but they were also, I was a smoker in my early days. They were also smoking and sifting the leaded enamels. So I think everyone gets to decide what their level of not wanting cancer is, and mine is I really don't. So no, I don't think so. Somebody asked, is there a risk of contamination from enamel stored near forsythia? He didn't seem super stressed out. Like, I thought if, he's like, there are so many more people that have things that are way more radioactive than this. But so I really, to be honest, the Geiger counter was less than $100. So if you're super concerned about it, get yourself a Geiger counter. They sell them on Amazon. So it's crazy. Anyway, do you want to see the purple thing first? All right, because we're getting close to the end. I think I'm going to fire we're not going to do this. I'll do this later. I'm going to fire that butterfly because I know you want to see the butterfly, and I'm going to show you the purple iridescent thing, and then we'll call it a day. I'm going to see if it is my Geiger. Oh, I think I lent it to Lillian Jones so she could test her enamels. Or else I would show you the Geiger counter. It's real tiny. And obviously, it wasn't a hugely expensive Geiger counter. So, do you have it? No. No, that's not it. Oh, here it is. I do have it. Here's the card. Hold on. Extremely high. Evacuate immediately. So yeah, that's the card that comes with it. I'm not going to turn it on. I'm going to lift up a little bit. Here's the Geiger counter. Get that out of the way. So I'm not going to turn it on because it always freaks me out. It does a lot of beeping. So we're not turning on the Geiger counter. But yeah, the card was very, because I was like, the card really freaks you out a little bit because you're like, it was not in the evacuate immediate area, but it was in it was high. So if anyone wants to buy a Geiger counter, got one. So let me go put the butterfly in the kiln and collect our other purple pieces, and we'll have a look at that. All right, I'm going to put it in the kiln, and I'm not going to mess with the camera. Just going to do it. And here are the purples. Are we ready? All right, don't let me forget I got something in the kiln. All right, so we got that. And here are our sweet, sweet purples. They're looking really pretty. So these are going to we're pretty much done with the color. I'm going to put really, really pale purple over the whole thing and a little dab of yellow there till I get to, because we need to get to the top of these wires. So I'm looking at the kiln, and then we've got our sweet, you can see the texture coming through. So the same thing goes with this. I'm probably going to switch to I don't have it out, really extra pale purple, and use that as my top layer all the way to the top. So that is good. Sorry, I'm keeping my eye on the kiln, And hold on, it is 1361. We're good. All right, you ready for the purple? Here's the purple. Tell me that that's not pretty luscious. Check that out. And we're going to do another coat. That looks really pretty. That might be the nicest one so far. So nice. But yeah, it's looking more, definitely looking purple. So that's good. And I'm going to go to the kiln and get the butterfly. You're watching me from the doctors. All right, let me get the... Let's see our butterfly. Ooh, I should do a purple iridescent butterfly. Damn it, that's what I should have done with this one. All right. Well, that one's going to have to cool a bit. Yeah, now I wish I had done a purple iridescent butterfly, but with the yellow and the greens. That'll be next. So, but it's just a really it's just such a unique color, because is it purple? Is it blue? I mean, there's just so much going on, because you're looking, the light's bouncing off, bouncing through those two different layers. And there's going to be another coat, and where I'm going to kind of punch up the two pinker towards the middle, blue towards the end, and that is going to be good. And we're just waiting for the butterfly to cool I mean, who would have thought? Would you have ever tried this? No, that's going to be like the color du jour of, let me see. It just wants to focus on my hand for some reason. So we will really look, see if the light is good. Let's go see let me go grab our friend, the butterfly. Oh, nice. Now this one's still hot, so I'm not going to touch it. Ooh, it's very hot. Let's see if I burn up my camera. Now this one is still hot, but you can kind of see where it's going. It definitely needs another coat of the blue and the vivid. So, but that is definitely coming along. I'm going to let it cool on its own. All right. There we go. Oh yeah, I'm just about to end too. Thank you so much for watching me. My phone is almost dead, and so that is a good time to stop, and it's about 2 o'clock. So I'm going to continue on with these, and I'm not going to guarantee that I'm going to stream tomorrow, but I'll probably stream tomorrow. But I'm definitely going to stream on Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll still be working through the colors. So thank you so much for watching this video. Please do subscribe. You get a free subscription if you have Amazon Prime. And yeah, I think that's everything. Oh wait, hold on. Let me put up a few. I've been bad. If you're interested in my videos, tutorials, there's a link to that. Those are on Vimeo. It's a subscription based, but I have over 120 videos. Specifically, they tend to be more project based, and we're about to start the opalescent project in January, which is going to be a huge opalescent project. Maybe not purple, it might be purple, I don't know, we don't know. So that is where you would find those are project specific, and there's printables that go with the things, and so that's something to check out if you're interested. If you want to buy something from me, you can go to my Etsy store. You can also buy things from my website. It's all good. You're not getting it for Christmas at this point, so sorry. And finally, here is if you're watching this and you really made it to the end and you are on YouTube because you're watching it later, you should check me out on Twitch, because this is where you're going to find me live. And that is everything. Oh, and yeah, I think those are all the things I have. Hold on, here's my thank you for watching screen. The chantilly is being demonstrated. You mean how to, if you're talking about how to fuse fine silver to create a chantilly base, I literally I've been doing a back to basics. There is a video. It is quick. It is like 15 minutes. It shows you how to make your tops, how to prep your tops, and how to fuse your tops to create your chantilly bases. And that is fresh off the presses just a week ago. So definitely check that out. So thank you, everybody. And I am going to, I'm going to sign off. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Let's see, I always forget how to turn it off. Well, I only have to do it once every day.